Going. I think we're on. You're live. Hello. It's Tuesday, January the 14th. Hi. It's January the 14th. This is going to be a live craft show on YouTube. And I will be interacting with the chat room. If I can get my thing to turn. So if you're watching this at a later time and you want to speed through the boring top parts or the slow parts to get to the good parts, I encourage you to do so. In the meantime, I will be chatting with the chat room, and we will be interacting, and I'll be doing whatever they tell me to do, and that's how it works. So I'll be greeting everyone as they come in, and there is Terry and Brittany. Hi. Okay, Terry. She just can't stay, but she wants to say hi. Okay, sweetie. You can watch it later. Hi, Giovanna. Hello. Okay, you have a good night too, Terry. We're going to work on this mouse, and I'm going to put a tail on him and put a heart in his hand. And then I think I'm going to get my stencils out and do an art page. Hi, Teresa. So, how are y'all doing tonight? Are y'all doing okay? My door won't shut. Don't know why. Here it goes. How y'all been? I've been busy. I've been working. Yep, we're going to finish a mouse. I started to finish it this morning, and I said, no, I'm going to wait and finish it with the girls. That would be the polite thing to do. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait before I start. Wait for a few more people to come in. I have been trying to clean my desk off. Trying. I've been cleaning in the garage. Oh, you've been working in your comp book for 2020? Good. You're making a chunky one? Good, Brittany. Hey, Brittany, what did you do with your inchy, twinchy art that you did with all the little inchies on it? I was wondering what you did with it. I was watching the video the other day again. So anyway, while we're sitting here, I'm just going to piddle around. It's still sitting on your desk. You want to frame it? Okay. Well, that's good. That'll work. I was just curious. Now we can make a tail two different ways. We could wrap the wool around the Chanel wire like we did the arms and the legs and make a tail and make it a strong tail, a bendable tail. So I thought I would try that. So I'm just taking my wool and I'm wrapping it around and around. Okay. So as I wrap, I'm sort of finger wrapping it right now. Get a good coat on it. coverage and make it real tight so his tail will be nice and white. I've been working in the garage, cleaning and cleaning and cleaning some more. And I've gotten over to the work desk, and I made it over there to the desk, to the bar, the work bar. Okay, Mary. Okay, you getting ready for supper. Okay, Mary. We're going to be finishing up this little mouse, and then I'm going to make a heart for him to hold for because it's going to be Valentine, and I might put a bow in his hair or something, and then we're going to do a stencil page. I'm dying to do a stencil page. And I'm just wrapping this Chanel wire for his tail. I'm going to make him a long, skinny tail. Well, you don't have to. You don't have to use them. But I showed you how I did do it. If you have it, you can make your own. You don't have to. You don't have to use the wiring. But I showed you how, and that was the main thing. Thank you, Mary. His face turned out real good. I was real happy with the way I did his face. So I know this is supper time for a lot of you. So I'm just going to wrap the Chanel wire, and I'll make another tail without the wire in a minute. I'll do it both ways. And I'm mostly finger felting it on as I twirl it around, making it tight, so it'll be a skinny tail. Glitter sticks. No, they don't, Teresa. No, but I'll make one without it, and I'll show you how to do it. It's easy to do. I've done it without before. The one that I did for Christmas that I gave to my mom, that one was done without the wire, so it can be done. It can be done. You could also use just a piece of white thread, or I mean, a piece of yarn or something. But you can make them. I'll show you. This one's almost done. So if you're going to make a tail without the wire, you want to get you a long piece of wool, kind of in elongated form. And if you can separate the wool and make it long and skinny like this, it's kind of a long piece. That's idyllic. And you would if it's real skinny like right here, you just fold that over a little bit to give it some thickness. And all I'm going to do is twist it around in a circle like a piece of yarn. Oh, he did? Well, good. It was cute. Yes, your little mouse was cute. So I twisted this around with my finger. And now I'm going to felt it with the needle. I lay it down, watch my fingers, and I just felt it with the needle. I just go back and forth 3 or 4 times. And I just make a little rope, so to speak. I'm just making a little piece of a rope, and I keep twisting it and in my fingers to make it a little bit tighter. You still have your tree up. Well, you're allowed to have it up. My daddy always left his up till at least Valentine's. He loved his tree. That's okay. So I roped it a little bit, twisted it a little bit tighter, and I'm just felting it back and forth a few times. And I'm not going down real deep. I'm just tapping, felting with the tapping method, just barely sticking my needle in. And you can see it's felting now. Looking like a tail, isn't it? So you just move it up a little bit more and twist it like a rope. Twist it in your fingers like a rope. And then you lay it down and you felt it in the middle. You will have some thick parts. Some parts will be thicker than others. And until you get the hang of it, it'll work out. It'll work out. Right there's a thick spot right there. So I'm going to twist it by itself and felt it by itself, and it'll get smaller. Hi, Judy. Hi. We're felting a mouse tail. If anybody's interested, we're felting a mouse tail. And sometimes when you're doing mice tails, the longer the better. If you like long tails. But look how long it's getting. And I still have more to go. So you can make it as long as you want. Did you see how I did that, Teresa? Are you paying attention? Can you Are you ready for your quiz? We'll take a mouse quiz. Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Just checking. It's really kind of easy. Now it's still kind of fragile because you could really pull it apart if you yeah. Play twist and shout and twist the tail. Make him shout. Woohoo! We're gonna put you in the rhyming department with Teresa. I mean with Cheryl. That's funny. Hi Samantha. Hi. So anyway, that's how you start curling the mouse's tail. And I left the tail the ends loose on the very end because that's how you attach it to the end of the mouse. You leave these straggly ends, and then you can felt him to the mouse, so he'll have plenty to be felted with, so his tail won't get accidentally pulled off. Because you want it to be felted pretty good. Don't want him to lose his tail. So that's how I attach the tail. And if you feel like that's not strong enough, you can take you a little tiny pinch of wool, just a little pinch like that. Can you see that? Real tiny piece of pinch, just a few fibers, and you can lay it across that part where you felted the tail on, and it will help reinforce that joint that you just felted on. So and you can't even tell that you added something else on. So there's his tail put on. And if you feel like his behind is not very full, and I don't think it is very full, I'm going to add a little bit of behind. There's Cheryl. I'm going to add a little bit of fluff to his backside to give him a little bit of backside. I'm giving him a butt. Oh, he's going to look so handsome when we're done. We'll give him a little bit of a derriere. So you see, I've got this extra here, and I'm just going to felt it down till I'm satisfied. Till it looks natural. This is where the single needle comes in handy when you're just naturally shaping something and you're just taking your time and enjoying yourself. And as you turn your object, your project, you will see areas that you like a lot more than others, and you can see how you can improve it by just putting on a little bit of a rump on him. And he's turned out really, really, really cute. So I'll go up a little bit more on his shoulder blades. And I think it looks cute. He's a little lopsided, but not too bad. Over the holidays, over Thanksgiving, we had a big RAT in the garage. He was so big. He's the biggest one I've ever seen. And he was making noises, and every time you go out there you could hear him, and so we put a big trap out for him and we got him. And but it was starting to get cool at night, so he was coming in looking for a nest. So but we went ahead and put the trap back out there after we got him, and Joe put a great big old tablespoon of peanut butter on the trap. And I looked at the trap today and I said, Joe, I said, we got another mouse. He says, no, it's not. He says, it's peanut butter and it's molded. And it was completely molded, all gray. And it looked like a rodent laying there, but it hadn't been flipped. It hadn't been set loose off of the trap, hadn't been activated. And it looked like a big lump of a mouse, but it was completely gray with mold. Well, I'm going to fix this part. I'm still working on this part. I'm still working on it. But then, see, that looks like a little mouse body now. He's got little mouse. His legs are long. I know. Ooh, Cheryl. Ooh, that's what I said. So he put on some gloves and took care of it for me. I said, I think we're done with the mouse trap. He I'd never seen a mouse in the garage before, but that doesn't mean, we couldn't get one, because the garage door closes, but you can still see light, in the corners of those railings. And so it wouldn't be hard for a mouse to get into the garage. Would not be hard at all. And I'm sure he just come in from the field looking for a nesting place. So did we decide how long a mouse tail should be? Teresa's, are you cooking dinner? Okay. I'm glad you had dinner for the story. Sorry, Cheryl. uh, okay. Okay, Teresa's going to fix dinner too. Hi, Joyce Boring. Hi, honey. They're as long as their body, at least. Okay. Well, I think he's long enough to go to his tip of his nose. So I'm just going to take and snip it at an angle and make it a point. And there we have a mouse tail. So we had two ways to do it. We can do it with a Chanel wire, or we can make it by hand. And if it's still thick in some parts, you can continue to felt on it to make it smaller. Even it up. Just watch your fingers. So I think I'm ready to start. I'm going to get Joe to help me run the sweeper and get the sweeper run out there in the garage area and get some of the dust up. And then I've got my my work bar, my workspace. I got to clean it off and tend to my clay. Hi, Nettie. And I've got a big marble place, a marble countertop that I've got laying out there that I throw my clay down, and I need my clay and get my clay all ready, get my slabs all ready, and get me some clay ready so I can get out there and do some work. I'm excited. Got plenty of room now. And it looks so much better with some of that cleaned out. And I've got an area of some items that need to be taken and donated tomorrow. I'm hoping Joe will take them tomorrow and donate them to the secondhand store. So I can get them out of sight. Get it out of sight. Out of sight, out of mind. But I probably need to start talking to you guys a little bit about pottery. I don't know, some of you all may know a little bit, and some of you may not know anything about pottery. So I could talk about there's a few things I could talk about and teach you about pottery. If you have any questions about pottery, you can start writing them down and start asking me about them, a few things. I'm going to talk to you about different types of clay, and I'm going to talk to you about why we have different types of clay. Not only do they look different, some clays burn differently. Bowls. You want to know about bowls? Yeah, we're going to make some bowls. Bowls and cups. Yes, ma'am. We are. But there's different types of clay for different temperatures to be cooked. We have an oven called kiln, and I can never say it right. It's kiln, KINLN, but I like to say kiln. For some reason, I always overpronounce the word kiln for the oven for the pottery oven. But just so that you all know what I'm talking about, the oven, and um, it's an old oven, and hi Deborah, it's not a, a computerized oven like some of them have nowadays. It's the kind that you use a little tiny cone that when it reaches a certain temperature it bends over, and that cone, when it bends over, hits a kickoff. Yes, Deborah. We're going to be doing, after our felting classes in January, we're getting ready to do pottery for February. And I'm excited. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about uh, pottery things. And I want you all to understand the difference between the clays, and it's just interesting, I suppose. It's not that you have to know about it. Uh, it's just that if you're going to learn something, you might as well start at the basics. Well, um, I don't know if I have everything, Deborah, but I do like to do a lot of things. Yes, and that's probably one of my problems, is that I like to do everything, and I cannot stick to just one hobby. I cannot do it. When I lived up in in Kentucky, when I lived up there, we had a basement, and the basement had a door that walked out to the back of the house, and there was a room there, and it was kind of like a something for pottery or pots or gardening type stuff. It wasn't a heated room. It was still a garage space, but it was separate from the garage, and it was as big as the back porch used to be upstairs. Where they used to have a back porch upstairs, where the back porch got enclosed and then made into a TV room, and it was heated and everything from the house. But the downstairs still became a garden room, and it had a lot of windows, and it had a lot of countertops, and it was all concrete, and it was out the back door. So I turned it into my pottery studio. And as long as it wasn't too cold, I could go out there and work. And I had a space heater. So if it was cool, I could turn the space heater on and kind of warm up the air a little bit. And I had a pottery room, and I loved it. And I had a picnic table in there. It was a small picnic table, but it was a picnic table, and I used it for my workspace in the middle of the room, and that's where I sat and decorated my pots. But then I had two countertops, kitchen countertops put in. They were one was already there when we had bought the house, but the other one Joe put in installed for me, and it came out of an old kitchen, and it was perfect, for me to work on, and I had a few drawers and underneath cabinets for storage and stuff, and he put me up a big shelf at the top so I could sit my pots up there and stuff like that. And I also had two closets that were garage closets. They were garage. They were made with 2x4s and 1x6s, and but it had shelves. So I had four shelves. And when you do pottery, you do it in stages. So you have your pots that you just made, and they're still wet, okay? And then after about a week or two, they become into the leather hard stage. After a couple days, that's when you throw your pot and make your pot, you don't trim it until the next day because it's too soft. And I will go into that again. Hi, Terry. I will go into that again when we get out into the actual garage. But you've got your clay, your raw clay, and you've made a pot and it's real soft, so it's got to sit and dry for about 2 weeks before you can fire it. You've got to let it dry out, completely dry, bone dry, before you fire it. And if you don't, it'll break in the oven because it'll combust. The moisture will make it go pop, and your pot will be in pieces. Oh, Cheryl said that she has a piece that her uncle did, a piece of pottery. Oh, wow, I'd love to see it. Yes, and that's where I kind of learned when I was a kid. We would go to the craft shows, and and I'd see people doing pottery, and oh, I always loved it. So when we were kids, my dad and my brother made a little wheel, but it was out of a lawnmower part, so it was loud. And and then, but we piddled with it when we were kids. But then as I grew older, I would always go out, and I took an adult class one time and went out and did. I think I took 2 classes, and just to goof off with it, and then I've always had a desire and had a love for pottery, and Joe knew it, and he brought me a wheel. He bought me a wheel one year for Christmas, and I was just shocked. I said, "Oh my gosh, it's a real wheel." Oh my goodness, I just never dreamed I would splurge, and I would never splurge and buy myself something like that. I just never thought about it. And so he bought me the wheel, and then I went up to the college and took a beginner's pottery class to get renewed with it, and so I picked it up really fast because I'd seen it as a kid, and then next thing I knew, I was watching YouTube videos right and left, and I learned everything on YouTube. And I started going to the library, getting books, and so I had a wheel, and and I never really uh, took it very far from there because I didn't have an oven, but I knew that I could take the pieces over to the college and they would fire them for me. And because they did everybody else's too. And it was kind of a community thing. And so then I had a girlfriend, and her mother had passed away. And she did all of the ceramics in her house where they would buy the greenware, they would buy it and paint them, and then she would fire them in her oven, and nobody wanted the oven. And she came to one of my prayer groups, and she said, "Hey, I've got this oven, nobody in my family wants it, and I know you have a wheel." And I went, "Oh my gosh, oh my gosh." And she says, "Do you want it?" And I go, "Oh my gosh, yes." so so I got an oven, and that's the oven that I had. And of course, I had to do some repairs to it and get it working again. And Joe had to put a new plug on it and stuff like that. And it was great. No, I don't. I have never done air dry clay. I've never done air dry clay, but I'm sure that I could. I've never done it. So yeah, the clay changes when after you bake it, and then there's different kind of clays, and there's earthenware, and then there's porcelain, and there's real pretty things, and then there's terracotta clay, and all of the clay comes from our ground, from the ground, from the earth. It's all earthenware, and yeah, it's just really cool. And I will demo you that when we get out and actually get out into the garage. I'll demo the types of clay and everything. But but that's just how I got into it. And so anyway, I started throwing, and I started baking, and I was scared to death to do the oven because I knew that it got really, really hot, and it frightened me, and it took me a long time to get it going, to get it actually go, and to actually do it. And uh, because I was scared of it, so I read a lot about it, and I kept reading about it and reading about it, and going over it, over it, and over it until I felt very comfortable with it then. And that's when, I started actually doing the firing and actually making the pots. And when that transition was very exciting time in my life. I just couldn't believe I was actually doing. It was a dream come true. It was a dream. I never dreamed that I would be actually throwing clay, actually making my own pots in my own home. I just never dreamed that I could do it. And my craft door in my mind opened up to me then. And it's like I can do anything now. And and I was also very interested in stained glass, and I had already done some stained glass work. And but I had to make a decision because they were both big projects. Uh, I had to make a decision, glass or clay, one or the other. I could not have both. And I had to make a decision because glass does not mix with clay. You get glass mixed into the clay, you cut your hands up or something bad. And I said, no, it's one or the other. So I had to make a decision. I had made a few pieces of stained glass. And of course, everything I made, I gave away. I couldn't keep anything. And, but I did dabble with stained glass work, and I did take a an adult class. It was like a VOTEC adult class in stained glass. So I know a little bit how to do that too. But I had to choose, one or the other. And I did not think that the clay and the glass should go together in one room. And I didn't have two rooms, so I had to choose. So I chose the clay, and I've gone hog wild with it. I'm really, really into the clay. And so when we moved down here, I made a space in the back of the garage for my clay area, and I was out there for I was out there for the first couple of years when we moved down here. We've been down here for I think 7 years now, and the garage kept getting cluttered and cluttered and cluttered, and to the point where I couldn't even get back there to where my clay was. And so I had to make a decision. I either had to clean it out or do it, or I had to just give it up for a while. So I gave it up for a couple years, and I have been so unhappy about it. And so that's when we started YouTube. I said, well, I want to get back into it, and so I have made some long-term goals and short-term goals to get back out there. So I'm back out there now, and we cleaned the garage out. It's still cluttered. I still got a lot of stuff out there, but at least I've got my pottery space back. And yeah. and so by promising you guys that I would do it helped me get out there to do it and get me motivated to do it. And so it's big thanks to all you guys for giving me the desire to want to do it again. And then me making a promise to you, then that means I have to do that promise. So yeah. So it's all your all's fault. No, you all inspired me to get it cleaned up so that I could do it. Yes, the glass blowers are fading, and we had a company up in where I'm from that was very, very popular called Pilgrim Glass, and they went out of business probably about 5 or 10 years ago. Just it was a dying craft. And then there is still a very famous place up where I'm from locally called Blinko Glass, and the glass factory is still there, and they still give tours where they will walk you through the different stages of glass blowing and techniques and making things, and how they go about doing that. And that's where I got all my glass from, is from Blinko. You could go up there and take a couple of boxes, and you could go through the factory, and they'll let you pick out whatever glass you want to take home, and they weigh it, and you buy it by the pound. And I think last time I bought glass, it was like $1 a pound, and it was the broken pieces of glass. It wasn't the good ones. It was the half sheets and the quarter sheets, and those were just fine for the type of things that I was making with my glass. And because you always cut whether it's perfect or not, you cut it up anyway, pieces off of it. So anyway, so that's kind of how part of my pottery stories goes. Yeah, the oven gets really, really hot, and it burns everything to a really orangey pinky glow, and you can't look at it with your bare eyes. It's so bright. You're not supposed to look at it. And uh, I make a lot of things by hand. I use cookie cutters, and I hand mold things, and I do my own beads. I showed you my glass, my beads that I have. I showed you some of that stuff, and a lot of I love to do things by hand with my pottery, and I might just do that first with you guys. I'll bring some clay in here, and I will work on it here and show you a few things. Yes, she does. She does make glass beads. Uh-huh. That would be very fun to do, Teresa. I would love to see her do that. I have in my possession a glass bead kit that I got from Hobby Lobby, and it's got the sticks, the rods, the glass rods, and I saw a lady do handmade beads with glass, and I was so fascinated. I went and I bought all the supplies for it, but I've never done it. And it's another thing that I'm not comfortable with doing yet, just yet, because it's done with a torch, and that makes me nervous. Yeah, I will make pottery beads for sure. Yes, I will make pottery beads. Uh-huh. Sea glass things. Yeah. And you can buy the glass already roughed up like sea glass. Hobby Lobby and Michael's carries the sea glass. And really and things that you've actually found on the beach. That's even better, Brittany. Yeah, that is good. Suzanne, Suzanne's a beater. Oh, Suzanne, did you not know that I was a beadaholic? I'm a beadaholic, honey. Oh yes, I'm a beadaholic. Yes, I realize that not everybody can do pottery, but you can watch and learn. Yes, sea glass is glass that you find on the beach, and it's been rough. It's been in the turf for so long, it makes it a frosty color. So they call it sea glass because it's all frosted, and you can find different shades of glass, and it's broken bottles that have been in the ocean for a long time, and they've been in the sand for so long that they've come like a frosty color, and they get in big different sizes and shapes. I know Teresa beads. Yeah, you were beading your Christmas ball lace covers. What were you calling those? The lace covers for your Christmas bulbs? Is there a nickname? Lace beading? Yeah, a bottom of a bottle, and it was brown. Yes, yes. The sand really smooths it there out. Yeah. And at one time, I had one of these rock turning machines, and it was for to polish rocks. And you could put broken glass in it and let it go and let it go, and it would frost the glass. Yeah, it's very popular, Cheryl, and there's lots of places that have uh, there's lots of places along the seashore where it sort of gathers and it sort of washes in popular areas. And I know that there's a couple of places up in Alaska where they get a lot of sea glass. Victorian ornament covers, very nice, Teresa. Yeah, as everybody knows, everybody in my Facebook group, at least Teresa has been making the Victorian ornament covers all for November, December. Yeah, rock tumblers. Yeah, yeah. I used to have a rock tumbler, but I think I got rid of it. Okay, okay. So, but anyway, I have already showed you a few of my pieces, and I've showed you my beads that I've already made. I've got a few things in here in my room I can show you. I've got a real pretty bowl that I have. This is one of my pieces, and I made that one. Of course, the pottery beads are on the bottom. No, they're not. What did I do with my pottery beads? Oh, here they are. Here they are. Yep, they're on the bottom. And I will do a bowl like this. I'm going to show you how to do that. And this is the first time I ever did toll painting, and I did it in the bottom of my bowl. And then, but I threw this on the wheel. Yeah, I'm going to try to do some mugs. And then these are some of my beads that I've done. So these are all the beads I've done. This is all of my pottery beads. These are not pottery, but everything else is. And I did like wind chime fobs. These fobs that you are inside of a bell. You'd hang it inside of a bell, or where it would clink and make a chime noise. I did a lot of little ornaments. Uh, all of my little tiny cookie cutters that I had in the felt, doing the felting with, that's what I made all these little guys with. And here's some of my blue beads. And I rolled them all by hand. I did it all by hand. And I made the holes with lots of things, toothpicks, pointy objects, straws. And like this one, I think was done with a straw because it's so big. It's so much bigger. Those are some of the blue ones. So they're in all colors. And when my mom and dad moved down here, they got fans on the back porch that had the pull strings, and I made all of her pull strings out of these beads. Yeah, I will do a bowl. Yeah. Coffee stirs are real good. I use those skinny straws. And I got creative in some of my fobs, and these are like what you would put on a wind chime, and it would hit against another piece of glass and make a noise. And I've done bells, and these are some of my terracotta beads, using the terracotta clay because it's a natural red tone, and that's a terracotta clay that I have. And this one here, this little heart, it's got three roses on it, and I have a little rose that I pressed in and made those. And I've turned some of them into jewelry that I have in my jewelry box. Yeah, napkin rings. Oh yeah, yeah. And these are natural. These were natural. All I have on them is a clear coat. If they're shiny, they've got a clear coat on them, which is just a clear glaze. If they're not shiny, then they're a buffy color. They're not shiny if they don't have the glaze on them. And the glaze really makes them nice. Um, so I've done different things, and I had some of these little wire things, and I had to really really play with a lot of different wires. When you put a hook in something, and you bake it, it burns, and you burn it to the point where it actually breaks off. And that one wouldn't take much to break it off. I could break it off. And I tried to put these wires in, these rings in, so that I would have something to hang it with on a necklace. And I failed. Well, I didn't fail. I just couldn't find the right type of hardware to use for high temperature. Yeah, it cooked them right out. It did. It burned them up. And that one's real weak. So I did a lot of holes, and then I would put my own jump rings on them. I'd buy the jump rings. And here's some of the red ones. And I have all of the collars. Um, and you can see this little white spot on here. That's where it sat on the shelf. The There's a shelf that it sits on, and it touched, and the paint melted off. When I do my beads, I have a special little rack that I put my beads on so that they don't touch anything, and then there's no white spots. And so I probably won't ever use that bead because it's got a white spot on it. But that's the color of the clay, the actual clay inside. So when you have your clay, you've got different stages. You like the flat blue one? Oh, I'm sure I'll probably be giving y'all some. I'm sure I will. Um, but anyway, I used the little tiny cookie cutters for these, and they were the type of cookie cutters that I used in my polymer clay, and that's where the hearts came from, and the stars. I had cookie cutters for those, and the hearts turned out really cute. And I've learned that I've got a favorite mark makers, and I've got several that make these little squirrely uh, scrolls, and I've learned to decorate to decorate all of my clays with some kind of decoration, and it's either a tablecloth, a plastic tablecloth, or a crochet tablecloth. Plastic is best, and or some kind of marking tools that I have, and I will show you all those things later. Okay. Well, I know. I don't know if I could sell in my Etsy shop. I like making them. If I had somebody here to do that for me and do the selling part for me, I'd make you anything you want. But I don't want to do the selling part. But anyway, that these are some of my beads, and I will get back into this again. And there's a hand, and I had some feet, hands and feet, and I don't think I have any feet in here, but I got tiny little cookie cutters that make those. And but this is just these are just my beads, and that's all that I have in here. But I'll get into that, and I will. I'll get into it, and I'm sure that between now and summertime we can work something out. We can work something out, because I don't mind giving things. I give everything away anyway, but I'm maybe we can think about that, how we can work about uh, how I can work it out about giving you all some things, and maybe it'll be through Messenger, and I can discuss it with each one of you separately. That way, I uh, might just charge shipping, and then I would do the work and do the labor and the do something like that. I might be able to work something out. But to see with the ceramics, it's they're glass. It's glass. It's got to be wrapped good before you can ship it. So shipping probably would be the biggest problem obstacle for me. And but I'm sure we can work something out for a few things. So anyway, I was making this heart for my little mouse to hold, and I'm going to make it 3D, and I'm trying to get it fluffed up. But pottery's fun, and it's an old folk art, and everybody likes pottery. Everybody likes pottery. But there's several different types of clay, and I think I have probably 4 of them in my possession. Before I moved down here, we have a museum up where I lived up in West Virginia, and the museum had a nighttime adult pottery classes all year long. It was popular, and they would do school kids, when school was in, and then the rest of the time it's all adults, and the adults would come all over the tri-state area, and they would it was like a community, and they would have big community firings, and they would get the ovens outside with the bricks, and they would have to put the bricks together to make the oven. And I mean, it was a whole big uh, community activity, and you could take your pots up there if you had anything to be fired, and they would fire them for you. And they were also had some throwing sessions and lessons and classes for throwing clay and learning about your clay. So between that, and I went up there 2 or 3 times, and she would get all of her clay at bulk prices, and so her clay was like real cheap. And she said, I can sell you the clay. She says, we get it by bulk, and I can sell it to you. So I bought like 100 pounds of clay before I left to come down here just to bring with me. Yeah, they have these pottery places now where you can go and paint your pottery, and then they fire it for you, and they call you, and you go back and pick it up. And they're ceramic pieces that have already been uh, molded and poured like porcelain, and then all you do is sit around and paint, and then you leave it and they fire it for you later. Yeah, yeah. So, but I've got the whole setup. So I get to throw. I got the wheel, and then I do the hand building too. And I want to make some birdhouses, and there's just so many things I want to make. And then I want to make a rain tree, and that is a string of clay cones going down a chain, and you put it on the corner of the house. When it rains, the rain comes down on over top of the bells, and it goes into like a rain barrel. So I'm going to do that. I've got the chain, and I've been wanting to do that for years. And now I got to find the chain again. I know it's out there in the garage somewhere. I could show you all kinds of things to make. Tons and tons and tons. Tracy gave away too. Yeah, yeah. Every ornament I made except one and gave it away. KFC bowls work for shipping. Oh, okay. Shipping of glass beads. Did not lose a single ornament this time. Okay. KFC bowls. I'll keep that in mind. I don't know that we have a KFC around here. I live in a small town, and we don't have that many restaurants at all down here. I've gotten to paint pottery, got to paint, and then you got to put it in the oven. Okay, okay. So that's good to know. And uh, I learned, I learned every single thing. How you put that oven together, and how it's taken care of, and the best to put in it. And I've ordered lots of things for my oven, extra shelving and specialty shelvings, half shelvings, and yep, yep, yep. And I am a self-taught potter. I'm self-taught in every inch of the way, and I've studied it in depth, my mother would say, and I'm very knowledgeable about of the subjects. I'm not an expert in the chemist part of it. A true potter that deals with the different kinds of clay all the time, and you've got low fire and high fire, and then you have your specialty firings, which is like raku. I would love to do a raku. That would be awesome, and do it in the backyard. If I do a raku, you guys are invited. You guys will be invited, and I will do it in the backyard in a barrel, and you get to decorate your pots with things that change the pot during the firing process, when you put it outside in the fire, and you put it in coals and shavings and wood chips and different types of woods, and you wrap it with metal and copper, and you sprinkle certain chemicals on it, and you can wrap it in aluminum foil, and you can get all this different raku, which is a special coloring on your pottery. And after you fire it, your pottery, and you let it burn all night long, you take it out, and then you dip it in cold water. Yes, I will. I will. I will get to do. We're going to do raku. Absolutely. But I want to get you through the beginners part first, and then that'll give me a chance to renew it all to myself too, because I haven't done it for so long. I need some practice. I'm going to need some practice. But I love it. I love it all. Now, I have sat here and felted this heart on both sides, and I've gone in on the edges so many times to try to condense it and make it a smaller heart. I don't know if you realized how big it was when I first started, but it was a little bit bigger than this. And I have felted it so much that it is soft like a powder puff. You know those little powder puffs that you get in the bathroom, and you put your talcum powder on and you puff? That's what this reminds me of. It's so soft and fluffy. Yeah, yes, that's right. They did, Cheryl. Yep. I might have to do that, Teresa. If you want me to mail you something back, I need some. No, I'll find something else to uh, to mail them out, mail things out. We'll see. We'll see how. I just want to get into it first. I'm not worried about sending things out. I'll come up with something, and Joe will trust me. Joe will find me the perfect mailing boxes to mail everybody's stuff in. And I'll probably, if I do mail things out to you guys, um, I'll probably make it a small box, and it'll be like ornament size, these size, and cookie cutter size things. Practice on a square garlic keeper. While you're practicing, practice on a square garlic keeper. I'll have to look that up. I will. Suzanne, you know I can Google. I can Google. Let's see. Brittany posted something. Let's see what she posted. Wow. Okay, Brittany, you're going to have to tell me what you got here. Seashells and beach stuff. Oh, and there's your glass. She found that on the beach. Life's a beach. Oh, cool. That's nice, Brittany. Are you still in here? Very nice. That's her collection of shells and things from the beach. Yeah, these are some of her favorite things. Oh goodness. You would have to surprise me, Teresa. Uh, I have a Victorian tree, so it's in all colors. So any color would work. Yay! Good girl. Now you're talking up my alley, girl. That's the way I like it. Yes, the pottery that the Native Americans did, they did that in a more of a terracotta clay, which is a red clay, which is popular out there where they live on the reservations. And yep, yep. These are some of my favorite things that I've got hanging up on my desk. We're gonna make some of these. We're gonna definitely make some of these. This is pottery. This is pottery. It's glass. This is pottery. These are some of my favorite things. Well, that's good. Lake Erie. Oh, good. How far are you away from the lake? Brittany, how far away are you? Oh, that's great that you have a collection. That's great. I used to do that too when I lived back home. I had a jar in the kitchen window, and every time I come home from someplace, I'd put an extra shell in there. And now I do it. I've got a bowl right beside the door, so when I come home from the beach, I usually pick up one shell to put in my bowl. Something pretty. Not far at all. We have a ton of beaches around me. Well, that's great. There you go. So anyway, I'll show you how I make these. And this is pottery. And this is a natural buff color of clay that I like to use. It's one of the softest. And I only have a clear glaze on it, one of glazing. Yeah, it's a sand dollar. And here's one of my feet. I've got a foot cookie cutter and then a heart cookie cutter in the middle. Oh, you just took your tea-dyed composition book out of the oven. Great, Suzanne. Will you take a picture of it and show it? If you put it on my Facebook page right now, I'll show everybody. Cool. So I did a lot of ornaments and I've done um, this is one of my pottery beads. This one here is a pottery bead. And one of my little visitors I had here visiting with me made me this, and I hang it up here for good luck. It is. It's one of my favorite things to make, and I came up with the design all by myself. It's an original. I could probably make these and sell them, but I don't sell. But I'll make everybody in the room one. I will. I can do this. I can send you with something, but not till wait till summer. We'll wait till summer and then we'll get into that. So that's just a few things that I've done. And I've got hanging up here some of my things that I've made. And these are some of my felting things. There's my seahorse. This is felting. My seahorses and then my other little hearts that I made. And then this was a keychain. This would be something cute to do with your beads if you guys got any extra beads laying around, odd shaped beads. You get you a key ring like this, and this was something from a dealership, and the disc was empty, so I put beads in it and then E6000 and let it dry, and it's a key ring, and it's just a bunch of beads from my bead box, and there's a pottery bead on a clay bead on there too. No, it's not clay. That one's plastic. But yeah, it's just something I made a long time ago. So anyway, I'm going back to my heart, and I'm going to make it fatter. I want to make it fluffy in the middle. Hi, Abby. What, Abby? Do you need to go out? Okay. I got to go take Abby out. Oh, wait a minute. Terry posted a picture. She made another little doggy or bear. Terry Cleveland. Oh, it's a pig. It's a pig. Look at the square nose. She did a little doggy the other day. That's so cute. She's doing so good. Really good. Let me go let Abby out real quick. I'll be right back. Come on. know. I know. I know. Okay, she's out back barking. Okay, Suzanne, she's gonna try. I was very proud of everybody that was felting along. I felt really good. I was happy that people were liking everything that I was doing, and uh, and a few of y'all were playing along with me, and it made me feel good that I was doing something right somewhere. And this is just so much fun. The felting is so satisfying. It's easy. It's time consuming, but it's easy. But the last time I made those sand dollars, I think I made over 100 of them, and I've only got one or two left. I don't have very many left. I've given them all away, and that's one to each person that I've given it to. So that's a lot of people. But that's what I like to do when people come to the house. I have a dish by the door, and I've got my pottery ornaments in it. So if you come to visit my house, then you get to pick something out of the bowl. You're going to have to weigh it down and put some new tape for the binding on the edge. Okay. Go at Kathy Arbor. Okay. Oh yeah. Are they on now, or were they on earlier? Yep. I let the dog out and the cat in, and now the cat's crying. Yep. I got so much done at the garage today. I was so happy. I go out and work for about an hour, and I come back in and rest for about a half hour. I'd go back out, work for another hour, and I'd have to come back in and rest. It was almost 80 degrees today down here. I was hot. I had to turn the air conditioner on. Well, I don't know how much more, but I think I do want more. It's not very fat yet. It's getting there. Getting fatter. You see all the tufts on the back? That's where I poked it through with the needle and made these little strings on the back come out of the back. So it'll fill up if you rub it. And then you can poke it, tap it back in a little bit. Tap them in. True felting. Well, come on. I hear you. I know. Come on. Well, come here. Abby's not here. No, Abby can't chase you. Come on. Come on in. I know it's such a sad thing. It's so sad. Yeah. Come on. You can do it. I don't know why she is so skittish, but she is. She won't hardly let me pick her up. I got her last night. She let me pick her up last night, and I laid her up in the bed with us. She just jumped right back down. Cheesecloth in the oven. You're doing some tea-dyed cheesecloth. Okay. That sounds good, Suzanne. Now, last summer was the first time I ever had cheesecloth, and I had so much fun using it in everything. I put cheesecloth on lots of things of my crafts. It was cute. So anyway, I wanted to do this tonight, and I thought I hadn't done any kind of an art page forever, so I thought maybe I would do a stencil. You're going to do some more paper in the oven? That'll be good, Suzanne. That'll look cute. And I found an extra tripod so I can put my camera on it when I go out into the garage. I'll have my camera on a tripod because I want to film. I want to do live out there like I'm doing in here, so I can talk to you and everything out while I'm out there. Uh, I haven't got the logistics all figured out yet. How it's going to happen, how it's going to come about. I might have to come online in here. I'm in my spare bedroom, and then run out there, and I can have my iPad out there, and I can have my phone, but I want a monitor out there. I uh, I need a camera out there that has a speaker or a microphone, so that when I go out there, I'll still have my iPad and I can still talk to you. Because I don't hear anything. I'm not. I have my volume turned off on my iPad, so I don't need to hear myself. But I want to be able to talk to you guys when I'm out there. So all I need is a camera and my iPad. And hi, Deborah. Okay, stay as long as you can. We're finishing up our mice. I put a tail on the back of them and a behind. I did his behind. And I think I'm going to put a little pink belly on him. Do mice have pink bellies? They've got pink toes. They don't have pink bellies but I'm going to have him hold that heart. So that's what I'm doing tonight. And we've been talking about what we're going to get to do next month, Deborah. So you want to stay tuned. We're going to do pottery next month. And this time of the year is perfect out there because this month it's been just wonderful outside. Okay, will your mom like Christmas cards? Yes, my mom and I both love Christmas. Oh, used cards? You're talking about used ones? Yeah. She You sent her some cards, didn't you, Cheryl? And she loved them, and she's already used them up. And she makes them and gives them back to the church. Okay. She just gave me a whole box of her old Christmas cards, and I love them. I use them. I used them for my clusters this year, and I thought that was a good hit. Yeah. Thank you. And she did. She really enjoyed those cards. And my church, the women's group at church, they recycle cards all year long. More so the rest of the year type cards, more so those than Christmas. Not so much Christmas, but they recycle the other cards, the thanking of you and the birthday cards and the Mother's Days and Father's Days and stuff like that. They recycle the cards, and they remake them. They take all the writing out of it, and then they glue it on a new card. Oh, okay, at an auction, Cheryl. Okay, yeah, I think you told me that. You got them from Spanky, I think, or somebody, and they resell them for 50 cents, and the money goes towards mission stuff, basically. They'll adopt a couple kids for Christmas, and then in the summertime they like to send kids to church camp and summer camp and things like that. And that's what the money usually goes towards. So it goes back to the community. how are we on time? 8:15. So anyway, there's his little heart. And I think he needs a little bow. Hi, Sue. Hi there. And Sue, since you're here, guess what? I got some Happy Mail. I got a funny story to tell you, Sue. Funny, funny, funny. I've been felting, and I use wool, and and I talk about other animal hair that you can felt with. You can use llama hair and camel hair and sheep. And you wrote this little note on the back of my card that said, sorry, puppy hair added bonus. I thought I thought you put puppy hair inside here, and you weren't talking about the little puppy hair in the tape. When I first read that, I was so into the felting mode. I said, Joe, she's put real dog hair in this. And I had to hurry up and open it up to see what was inside. And I looked and I looked and I said, no, there's no hair in there. And then I said, oh, she means on the tape. I had the biggest laugh. So, inside joke there. I talk about thinking outside of the box. So anyway, Sue gave me some Happy Mail, and I loved every bit of it. I just got it yesterday. Just came in the mail last night. So she sent me some stickers, kitty cats, and some holy cats, and some more stickers. Just a few ephemera pieces. I love the kitty cats. All of the kitty cats are so cute. And just some ephemera, so cute. And I think she's cute. I like her. So I thank you very, 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 very much for all my goodies. Thank you, thank you. And yeah, lots of cat hair. Yeah. So anyway, let's see about a ribbon for his a little bow in his by his ear. And I think we're done with him. I think. I'll just have a piece of yarn right there. That'll work. I know. I would have put something down. So I had a little piece of yarn, and I made a little tiny bow. And I'll put it on his ear. Her ear. It's a her now. Ta-da! Can't get any cuter than that. Oh, good idea, Suzanne. I've got whiskers. Yes. I got horse hair. I got some horsehair right here for whiskers. Thank you. You find a little needle. See if my eyes will let me thread the needle. All those years, my grandmother says, I was just guessing when I was threading that needle. I know how she feels now. Husky hair. Now, what I did with the whiskers on the last one I put the whiskers in, and then I left them long, and I went back with just a touch of clear glue, and the glue dried and it held the whiskers perfectly. And then I could trim the whiskers to whatever size I wanted them to be. And they're real thin and small, but they're dainty. But they will work perfectly. Yeah, perfectly. I got two in. They're gonna be cute. Let me see if I can't find a dark one. This is natural horsehair, and it's in shades of silver and a little bit of gray, black involved in there a little bit. And you just have to hold your mouth right. Yes, you could use husky dog hair. Yes, you can. You can use dog hair. It felts. Just about any kind of animal hair will felt. Sorry, Teresa. It's autofocus. I don't have, I just, that's just the way it is. Nothing I can do about it. You want more? You have a ponytail? A real ponytail? Okay, it's looking good. I'm gonna put one more in it, just for good measure. Sharon Lombard sent me all the horsehair. She surprised me. I was so excited when I got it. I couldn't believe it. Okay, now I'm going to get the the glue. And I'm going to touch the glue on just a little few of those little tiny spots right there. And I've got this liquid glue. It's called Crazy Art Washable Clear Glue. And it works just fine for this. And I used a toothpick. And I got a little bit on the toothpick, and I just dropped a little bit on each end inside the fibers there. And the wool absorbs it. It goes, it slurps it up, and it worked the last time I did this. So that way you can't accidentally pull them out. I'll leave them long for right now, but after this dries, I can trim them out, a good inch or so. Trim them off a little bit. And I'll do this side. It didn't take very much. He's got whiskers. Can you see him wiggling his nose? He's wiggling his nose at you. Her. I keep calling it him. It's a her. And the fuzz around his mouth is a little too fuzzy, so you could just take the scissors and trim that off a little bit. And I was looking at the original mouse that I have here. And believe it or not, they have beads, seed beads for their eyes. It's a little seed bead. I didn't notice that until today. They're little seed beads. But I did okay. Her eyes are okay. Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, Deborah. Her. Well, this was a he, and this is a her. So there. Looks good. So I'm going to let her whiskers dry before I trim them, and I'll show her to you when we get done before we leave tonight. So y'all want to do a stencil? Yeah, boys and girls. I haven't done any kind of gluing all month. I'm ready for a glue down. I did. I capped it. All right. Do y'all want to play a pick 10? Does anybody want to play with me, or do you want me to do a stencil? You have to pick a number. between 1 and 55. Pick a number. I'll get my stencil book out. $33. Okay. Well, we've already did 33, so now I'll try 37. We've already did 37. How about 34? I got this book. This is the other half. Cheryl picked 5. I'm going with 34. 34. Look at all this stuff. Woohoo! Woo! Sharon sent me those. All right. Got some music paper. All right. Let's see what we can make. Get me some elbow room here. And a book to play in. A book to glue in. This is the little book. The little book. This was the last one we did. Oh, remember this one? We did Jack. There's Jack in the box. Mm-hmm. All right. So we have a stencil and it says, "Welcome to my garden. Be happy." And I've got some music paper. A couple little pieces of paper and little pieces of more music paper. Some owl stickers. Sing and dance words. And this is from I think from an envelope. Somebody sent me an envelope. I think it was an envelope. And I saved the pretty part of it. And I have another piece of, this is a drawer liner. It's the paper that you put in the bottom of your drawers, your dresser drawers. And I thought that was pretty. And then this is a napkin. And it's a round napkin. Isn't that pretty? So let's see what we can do. How are we going to do it? How are we going to do it? Okay. And we'll see if there's a layer on the back of this. And I think there might be a layer. And if there's a layer, I can peel it off. Found it. Here it is. Here it is. Found it. There it is. Okay. Let's see. I might be able to do this. Do it this way. I'm going to fold it back in a circle. And I'm going to cut straight across. And then I'm going to cut the edges. And now I should have 4 pieces. And I can put them in on 4 sides. How about that? No picture? Well, we have a stencil. I guess we could get a picture. We can look for a picture. Yeah, Dee Dee does tape on the back, yeah. I'm going to do flowers and then I don't know if I'm going to have room for everything. Maybe I could do a double page. I gotta put this on this side, and then I'll make the garden over here. Okay, she's going to reboot. Okay, Cheryl. Does everybody else see me? Are we okay with everybody else? I'm here. I'm here with me. I'm doing all right. Okay. Cheryl has to, I think she uses her phone a lot and she has to turn it off and turn it back on sometimes. So anyway, I think I'm going to paint this side and put welcome to my garden over here, and I'll make this my garden side. And I've got a bee sticker, a bee stamp. I'll get my bee stamp out. Actually, it's right here by my fingers. Let's see, there's my bee. I got a couple of bees. I've got this bee, and I got this bee, and I got a dragonfly, and a butterfly for starters. And I've got a frog, a dove, a ladybug, another little tiny butterfly, a birdie, a kitty cat, and a leaf, another flower. I got all kinds of garden stamps. So we can do that. Okay. That'll work. We'll do that. So let me paint this a pretty color. Let's see. How about a little pretty yellow, and I'll do the stencil in blue. I have to go. Okay, Deborah. Watch and rest. Okay. That'll be fine. Oh, good. Suzanne's still cooking paper. Be careful now. Not too hot. Don't do like me and forget. I'm good about burning stuff. So I'm going to use a credit card. A little bit more, maybe a contrast. See you later, Deborah. Take care. I'm going to paint with my fingers tonight. I like that. Looks good to me. This is a different shade of yellow. It's oh gee, does it say Amarillo? Dark yellow. Amarillo, dark yellow. It's all right. All right. Now I'll do the stencil in a blue or something, or green. Blue or green. Okay. And these little green pieces, I can make leaves out of them. And I can make something out of the, I've got some owl stickers. I can make something out of the music paper too. That could be the stems. Oh, I've got a punch. I'll use a punch. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh yeah. Okay, did that. Let's see if I can find my glue jar. Haven't seen it, haven't used it for so long. I don't even see my glue jar. Put it up somewhere, I bet you. Oh, I've got some of this glue. I'm going to use some of this. This is really good. It goes on like butter. Like butter. This will be perfect for my the napkins. Well, you don't need very much, that's for sure. I poured too much out. Don't need that much. You cannot see. Okay, Cheryl. We'll see you later, honey. Take care. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on. Putting some of the glue back. Then we'll put my tissues down. I want to do it this way, though. Can't decide how much I want. There. That'll work. Okay. Okay. Let's see now. I've got a few of these. I can use that leaf. There's another leaf. And a little bit of flowers. We'll just cut these little flowers out like petals and use them in there somehow. Makes a pretty petal. That'll work. And then I got these other little green flowers. We'll just make us a bouquet. How about that? We can make a bouquet. this one in the middle. Put these little leaves here. This little leaf here. That's all right. And then these guys can go all the way around the base, the perimeter, for accents. Yeah. How many we got? Oh, good. Perfect. That's perfect. And music paper. I'm just going to put it down like maybe grass or something. Hi, Joyce. Hi, Mary. Oh, good. Come and hang out with me. I'm doing a little stencil project. A little art page. We're doing a little art page. Everybody just watching me hang. We finished working on our little mouse. And we gave him a heart and some whiskers, a bow, and a tail. He's drying right now. Yep, we did him. Yeah, he turned out really cute. So we've got a stencil here. It says, "Welcome to my garden." I'm going to put it over here as soon as this dries. In the meantime, I was working on this. And I'm making a little garden over here. And I'm using some scraps papers that I have. Some little scrappies. A napkin and some punch outs. Mm-hmm. Just doing a little collaging. And I've got some stickers and some stamps to put on yet. So I'm going to have to let that dry. I think I used everything over here. And I've got these. And I think I'm going to put these on last after I do the stamps so I can dry it. Oh, an elf or a gnome? That would be cute, Mary. Somebody in my Facebook group did a gnome. I think. Or I saw a video on it or something. Yeah, the mouse turned out really cute. And this was the the mouse that was inspiration. I did the ears a little different, but the face is kind of the same. I added whiskers. Made a little Valentine mouse. She's cute. Thank you, guys. We have fun. Mine looks prissy. She's got a Valentine she's waiting to give to somebody. I just felted the heart earlier tonight, so you'll have to go back and watch the replay. And I did the tail. I demoed the tail, and I did a bow just out of yarn, and I added the horse whiskers, and I glued them down, and they're ready to be trimmed. There we go. I think that'll do it. So she's got whiskers. She is cute. Okay. So then I was just trying this, and we'll do this stencil. It says, "Welcome to my garden." And I happen to have a painting tray here. I think we'll do it in green. And I did get a new stencil brush that Joe bought me for Christmas. He did. So I think I'm going to use this. And I load my brush up, remove all the fuzz, and then I think I can stipple it on. Okay, honey. He's been working hard outside. He helped me clean my garage out a little bit today. I couldn't have done it without him. We had just some odd and end things that just needed to go out to the outdoor. We have a workshop outside. We got the regular 2-car garage, which is full, but he has a workshop out there that he can store like the empty tubs. I didn't need the empty tubs to be in here. They were just taking up space. And a lot of his tools, he had a shop vac, 2 sweepers, a carpet cleaner, what's the thing you cut? Chainsaw. He had a chainsaw and 3 toolboxes, and they all went out to the workshop. So that was a good move. But just Mary and Joyce might not have heard me. I am going to be doing some pottery next month. So my goal was to get out into my garage and get to my pottery wheel. And I'm getting there. I am almost to it. I've gotten to the spot, but I haven't cleaned the spot yet. So I still got a lot of stuff I need to put away and organize. But I can get to my wheel. And I need to get it out and hook it up and clean it up. There's a lot of dust and stuff like that. So I want to wipe everything off and get the shop back out there and get all the the big stuff, dust and stuff. So that would be nice to get all that. Okay, I think I got it all. Ta-da! And I'm going to let this dry and I'm going to outline it with black. I've got a new black pen. I'm going to outline it. Well, great, Mary. I'm glad it has. You know, that I know exactly how you feel. I really do. I've only been, doing this for 10 months and I have just been feeling so blessed to be able to do this. Hi, Sharon. Hi, honey. So I know exactly how you feel. I do. Now I'm just going to take the rest of my paint on the brush and go around the perimeter and frame that napkin in there. It's exactly what it needed. Just a little green. How about that? Blend it all in. And I've got my water thing over here. I'll put this in water. So the next thing I'll do is I think I'll dry it a little bit more. Yep, I agree. We're a good bunch of girls. Becky and Lisa and Tanya and Mary. We we've kind of fallen together and and a, and we've meshed very nicely. We've meshed very nicely. I enjoy the girls and we support each other and we respect each other and I think that's a good thing. We all do nice clean craft. Oh look, I found a Christmas tree. I felted it. I ought to put it on a Christmas page. I'll put it in my Christmas on my Christmas page over here. How about that? Just gonna glue it down. Ta-da! That was from last month. Inspired by a medieval marriage. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about, but I agree with you, Suzanne. Hi, Norma. Norma's in the house. We're doing a stencil page. I got a stencil out. Haven't done any stenciling for 2 months. You know, we were in the reverse collage book for a long time, for 2 months. And I'll need to do a flip through. Maybe I'll do that if we get done in time. Of the reverse collage. I'll do a flip through of it all. I think it'd be interesting to see it again. So anyway, I've got this page. I'm going to dry it a little bit more. Okay. This paper, it's a drawer liner paper that you put in your bottom of your drawers in your clothes room. It heated up with the heat gun, and it put off a nice scent. It smells good. It was just a piece that was left over, a piece of scrap. Yeah, I did a stencil, and this was my stencil over here. Welcome to my garden. And I dried it, and I'm going to outline it in black. And this side is my garden. And I did a napkin, and I've got sing and dance over here to put on it. And I've got some stamps up here that I'm going to stamp in the garden. And I'm going to put sing and dance up here. I was listening today. It was real warm out today where I live. It was in the 80, almost 80. And I heard birds singing. I could hear the birds singing. And I don't know if they're having babies or what the deal was, but they were singing. But we get birds all year long down here. Because the birds up north come down here. You got 2 impressions of Frida, Frida. I don't know what that means, Suzanne. Is on your paper? She's doing tea dye paper. Smelly paper. Oh, you're putting the stencil between the tea and the paper. Okay, Suzanne. She's baking paper. tea stain paper. Okay. I did not use this, but I might be able to put something here. Pieces of it. Mary wants to know if there's any gardeners. I don't have time. I don't. I do too many crafts. I enjoy my crafts. of that up here. Making paper from plants. Now, I did have a tutorial on paper making, homemade paper in here. I did that one day. I have a blender, a blending mixer that I got at the secondhand store for like $2 or $3, and I made homemade paper in here, and we did it right here. One of the things I am not proud of, and that's my labeling of my videos. And tonight, I'm starting to be more courteous on and conscientious on how I label my videos. And I don't know if you go back through some of my videos, if you can actually find my paper making. Teresa posted something. Oh, she did a pop-up book. Okay. Tanya and Lisa did a pop-up book, and you can watch Tanya McGuire today's video that she did earlier today if you want to learn how to do a pop-up book. That would be nice. But I made homemade paper, but I used napkin backs. I had a napkin exchange, last year, and I used napkin backs and paper towels and other white, anything white, shredded paper. You can use lots of things, and mostly napkins, and made my paper, made a mulch, made a pulp, and then I went back with some of those cross stitch lattice sheets that you can buy, and I made individual cards. Yeah, I do stuff. And then I go on rabbit trails. No, not me. We don't do any rabbit trails. Uh-huh. So anyway, I think I got a thin marker, and I'm going to just outline this wording. Like that. Welcome. And I hadn't done a stencil art for a long time, so I was kind of just hungry for it. Good. That looks much better outlined. It makes it pop out. So anyway, Thursday, I thought I would ask if there was any questions about the felting, um, sort of get an idea of what all would you like to see me do next. I don't really have any agenda. Um, if you want me to do some more ornaments, we could do some different kind of ornaments. Um, I'm open for any loving suggestions on anything that you'd like to see. And I thought Thursday we could do whatever you all want me to do. More Will Felting. Okay. Okay. Lisa is coming on to with me on the 23rd, and we're going to be doing some wet felting there. And would you like for me to do another scarf or another picture? You know, I did the fox and I did a scarf. Um, and I needle felted the sceneries, these little scenery things. I did this off screen and I did this on screen. This was so much fun, guys. I really had a good time doing this with you all, telling me what to do. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. That was so fun. A bunny scene. Okay. You left your pages all clear. Oh, so that you can decorate your book. That was a cute pop-up book, Teresa. Thank you for sharing that. I showed it to him. Okay. A bunny scene. Okay. We can do it. We can. My juices. Can you see my gear? Can you hear the gears in my head going around and around? Can you hear them? Can you hear the gears? Are they squeaking? I think they're running on with running on baby oil. Yeah. Be happy. Yeah. Oh, I'll have to definitely put a bee in it. You know, I was going to put a bee uh, in with the fox, wasn't I? Squeak, squeak. Is that what a bee? Is that what a bunny sounds like? Peep, beep, beep, beep. I got some napkins, some Easter napkins. I'll go and look at those for my inspiration. And I'll get inspired. My napkins will inspire me. Just as long as it doesn't sound like a time bomb kicking off, huh? Tick, 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 tick. I'll tell you this while Joe's still outside. He he found a clock, a little electric clock. It's cute. It's just plastic, but it was real pretty. It's a pretty little. It's not very old, and he got it at the secondhand store. And he brought it in, and he says, "I'm gonna put this on my side of the bed on my table so I can see what time it is." And the night before last, it tick 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 tick. You could hear it. You could hear the tick tick. It's battery operated, but you can hear the tick 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 tick. And I laid there and I said, now I'm going to get used to that and I'm not going to hear it, right? And I think I did fall asleep a couple of times, but I also remember hearing it. And it wasn't really annoying, but all I could hear was tick, 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 tick. And I'm laying there trying to go to sleep. And so the next day, when I made up the bed and went over to his side of the bed and fluffed the covers up a little bit there, and I just opened up the drawer and oops, the clock fell. It must have fell in the drawer. That clock fell in that drawer. Can you believe it? So I shut the drawer door and I thought, I don't hear it anymore. I think that'll be all right now. So I didn't have any problems last night. I'm so mean. I'm so mean. I'm a bad girl. I'm a bad girl. Oh gosh. Till he starts hunting for it and he finds it. He won't remember if I don't tell him. I'll eventually tell him because I can't keep a secret. I'm a bad girl. But it is terrifying. All of the clocks click anymore. It used to, you could a clock would run and you wouldn't even hear it. But the way they make them now, they all tick 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 tick. And I would like to have a clock that doesn't make a sound. But I don't even know if they make them like that anymore. Maybe they were the electric ones. I remember having an electric one in the kitchen, and Daddy always had to have a electrical plug up on top to accommodate it. So maybe it was the electric ones that didn't sound tick-tocky. And of course, digital, you can't hear digital like on the stove and the microwave are digital. But the one over top of the sink, it's you can hear it tick tick. Okay, I did that. I should have did something to these. I'll just go over them with this. That's right. If he needs to see the time, he can just open the drawer and it's right there. And I don't even think it glows in the dark. Uh, okay, now I think I can do some stamping over here with these guys. I got a whole bunch of these guys. I Got to get my bees on there. And I've got all kinds of colors. I could do black, red, green, or blue. There's enough blue on there. I don't think I need blue, but the red and the purple might look good. Exactly. He doesn't wake up in the middle of the night to go look at his phone, but he could. Yep, exactly. If his phone's in the room, he leaves it everywhere. Oh, well. I'll leave mine by my bed and I'll look at it. I can look at it. I can see these. Okay, a dragonfly. I think I need to switch colors. Get the purple out. A little dragonfly. Oh, it's going to be so cute. What else? I got a frog. I'll put all the frogs down here. Happy little frog. And what else? I got a bird. Little birds. Another butterfly. I don't have a butterfly on there yet. Okay, I could put a little kitty cat in there. I haven't got him on there yet. He'll be peeping out. He's peeping out. Got some more leaves. This is a cute little leaf. Oh, I've got another leaf. A leaf I could use. It's turned out to be cuter than I thought it was going to be. It is. I don't know why, but they always turn out. Always. Just because our hands did it. Just because we did it together. We did it together. And let's see here. I think that's enough right there. I think today's the 14th. 20. I can't believe it. Right in 20. And I can trim that off now. There we go. There it be. Yeah. 1/14/2020. Can you believe it? And I didn't use this one, so we'll save it for I'll put it in another pocket. Recycle. But I think I used everything, and I've got some owl stickers. I'll use those. Where's my hoot owls? Hoo, hoo. And I got these little things to put on here. Here they are. I'll put my hoot owls in there too. They match. They blend right in. Okay. Got stickers, punches, napkin, scrap paper, music paper, stencil, paint, and words. That's 8. At least 8. I know it. We are halfway through January. Can you believe it? I've got some of these little guys. They're collared on one side and silver on the backs. And I think the collared ones would look really cute on my page. They're kind of pastels. And the pinks and the purples would look cute. And I've got the flowers that I put on here. I think that's where I'm going to put them at. I'm going to put one here on this one. And then I'm going to put one on each one of these. And it'll make them pop. It'll make them just pop off the page. So there's a purple and a pink and a yellow and a blue and a green, another green, a light purple, and a light pink. And I'll have to let them dry real good. Ta-da! And I'll save these for a recycle. Teresa, I'm older than you are. I'm a year older than you. And I'm going to put these back in my sequin drawers to recycle. I'll show you this. It's a busy little garden. Buzzing, buzzing. And this side's cute. And I can, let's see, sometimes bees have little trails. Older than dirt. Terry, did you beat us? Not by much. Surely. $64. Oh my heavens. Good night, Teresa. Thank you, Teresa. Gotta walk the puppy. I hope your back is feeling better. Okay. Take your pain muscle relaxant. Go to bed. I used to have a back problem too. I put a few tails on some of them flybys. There. And this bee here, I'm going to connect them. Alrighty. We're all the same age. Yes, we are. We're in the same neck of the woods. Okay, guys, there it is. I'm gonna let it over here and dry, because these have got to dry real good or they'll fall off. So yeah, we'll do Thursday. You want to try some wet felting though. I'll see what I can come up with. Wet felting. Okay. What I will do is I will do some wet felting, and I will make the shadow of a rabbit, and then after it dries, I'll go back and needle felt the rest of the rabbit and make it a 3D. That's what I'll do. Uh-huh. That's what I'll do. I better go out and see what Joe's doing and get him in here. He said he was still outside. He's doing something. He's on a roll. He's got the lights on. Okay, there's those. Okay. So, what else can I do for you girls tonight? What else you want? Oh, I was going to get my collage book out and do a little quick flip through. I would like that. And if I would like it, I know you all would like it. Huh? You reckon? You reckon? Joyce wins. I've been picking up my room and cleaning my room and making more messes. Hi, Lynn. We're just going to do a flip through right now and of our Reverse America book that we did. We're going to do a flip through. I know it. I feel about 50, but I act about 12. And sometimes I feel older when I try to get out of the bed. This was an Idaho farm page. Can you see good? And I think I feel the best after a nap. I feel good after a good night's rest. And a cup of coffee. So this was cute. Had a farmhouse and some farm people. And this page was a mountain, McKinley in Alaska is what this mountain is. And I was going to glue that up there. Glue this down here. And maybe glue her in over there. Oh, really? Sleeping too deep? Well, I'm going to go ahead and glue this down while I'm at it. Might as well. Don't see why not. I really enjoyed this book. This was a fun book to do. Really, really was. It didn't take too long. It was a quickie. Okay. Got that one done. I will put a piece of wax paper between it, and I do have some somewhere. I'm about out of wax paper. I'm going to have to get me some more. I'm going to move on. This was San Francisco, California. Terry, me too. I can too. He gets mad at me because I wake up in the middle of the night and then I'll turn my iPad on and I'll play a game of cards and then I'll go back to bed. But he thinks it's wrong that I should do that. But I don't. This is Magnolia Gardens in South Carolina. And I have not done it, but I've got a few pages on here. This was my space page. Kennedy Space Center in Florida. in Tybieland, or Titusville. So this was fun. A lot of fun. And we just had a rocket go up earlier this week, I think, or last week. Yeah, me too. This is close to where I live, Mary. I can see him go up in my backyard. I'm about an hour away driving time. Mm-hmm. Yep. 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 This is a village on top of the cliffs in New Mexico. And I've got some things to put down, but I haven't finished this page yet. And it's Indian. It's Indian themed. And I will probably just glue these pages together. This is a Western Wilderness page. It had 2 cowboys on it. And then I added the rest. And I do not know, except that it's out west. That's all I know. And this is Wild Bill over here. Wild Bill. And I got Dale and Roy Rogers over here. Yeah, this is inspired by Dee Dee. This was inspired by Dee Dee. Her work is a lot of outer space, and she likes to paint out a lot of stuff. And we decided, I don't know, this is just my style, I guess. Did some painting out on some of the pages, but not all of them. And I like just doing collages with things that I have. And I've got tons of stuff to put into this page. This is a glacier in Alaska over here on this side. And so what I wanted to do is to add another winter scene on this side. And I have lots of things to put in, or to choose from, to put in on this side. A lot of Christmas stuff. I don't know what this is. There's the 3 kings, I guess. And then I found these things. So, I might get inspired with some of this ephemera to put in on this side. But that's for later. I won't do it tonight. I'll put a paper clip on it so I don't get carried away with it. And this is another mountain. I don't have it labeled. And I put a few things in here that I might do a collage somehow with some of this stuff, And I just sort of went through each of the pages and said, oh, this looks good here. This would look good over there. And that's how I decided to do, icebergs. Exactly, Mary. You're right on cue. So, but we did this all through October and November, hard. We worked in this book hard. And as you can see, I'm just starting to flip through. There's a lot of pages that we've already done. Over here, we've done all of these that have yellow tabs on them. These I have not done. But the ones over on this side, I have done. I've done all of these. So this will be a page to do next time. And I've already got another new book to do more reverse collaging in. So I got a new book for Christmas. So I got some other new craft books from Christmas. So as soon as I did the felting was for this month, pottery for next month, and then we're going to get back into my craft books. So we're just going to take one day at a time here. And I've been streaming pretty regular, 2 and 3 times a week. So I've been getting a lot of stuff done, and so I think that's good. This is the picture that was on the back cover of the book. And here it is. I cut it up. So I'm going to have a double page of these horses running. And then I found another field that I thought might look good down here. And I found some horses. And I did, at one time, I had some white picket fences that I thought would look good over here. So as soon as I find some more picket fences in some magazines, I'll put them with this page. Will, Mary, 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 Mary. Guess what I have? Guess what I have, Mary? Guess who's going to be watching? You're going to be watching me do it. I'm going to be your guinea pig. I know it. They are going to be so cute. I'm going to get me some more picket fences. I had some and I used them for something else. So I robbed my fences, and I'll get some more fences. And so I'll continue to work with this book. And then I did this, and I think I've started dating. This was December the 12th. All of the Christmas and the winter ones were done in December. And see, I felted his hat. I used my felting. And this was a movie. No, I'm not teasing. I'm telling you the truth. Hey guys, tell Mary what we're going to be doing in February. You're going to have to go watch the front of this video. I talked about it. Uh-huh. Yep, we're going to do pottery. No, I'm not teasing. I'm telling you the truth. Here's one of my pottery bowls. I did this one 10 years ago. Yeah, we're going to do pottery. I'm getting the camera set up in the garage, Mary, as we speak. I was out there cleaning the garage out today, so I can get you all out there. We're going to throw pottery. I'm going to talk about pottery. I'm going to talk about how. Yeah, no, it's not easy. It's hard. Yeah, I know. I might be doing a lot of hand building. I do a lot of ornaments. I do cookie cutters. Yeah. Tell her, Deborah. Tell her what I'm going to be doing next month. And then I've already showed some of this stuff. I'll show it to you again, Mary. I made this. That's pottery. I know. It's going to be great. So we're going to be making some more. We're going to definitely be making more sand dollars because they're popular down here. And I've already given all my sand dollars away, so I got to make some more. And so, anyway, this was a sample bowl that I did, and this is when I first started learning how to do toll painting. I know, Mary. It's pottery. It's pottery made out of clay. Yeah. Yes, it was made out of clay. Easy to make, but I can show you how to do it. It's my original design. I came up with it. But anyway, this was a winter scene, and this came from a movie, and it was about this guy that opens up the winter house on the lake for this girl that he knew as a little girl. He knew her when she was a little girl, and then they grew up and they fell in love. Hallmark. This was one of the first ones that we ever did in this book, and it was a fall scene on the mountains. And I had torn this page out for another project that because I had this book for a long time, so I had to improvise and make this page match this page, and I did. And I love the way it feels. I've got varnish on it. This one's not done yet, but I got a few things in it. And I thought this would look funny on this mountain. So that's for later. And I got a few things scheduled, to put in here that I thought would look good on this page. Haven't done this one yet. Haven't done the moose yet, which I'm surprised. Here's another, a blue heron in the marsh, and that's his reflection. So we haven't done that one yet. This is a field that I've kind of already did this. It's a field of summer flowers. And I've made it look like an ocean of flowers. And so I've got boats and swimming and funny things in here. I like it. It's different. This is an eagle, a bald eagle. And this is a forest, and this was a forest. And Joe bought me this bald eagle book, and I cut all the bald eagles out, and I put eagles in all through this entire book. So you see a lot of bald eagles in here from the book that he bought me that I cut up. And since this was a book of America, I felt like I should put all the bald eagles in here that I could. So I did. So there was already one here, and I put him walking in the forest. I fussy cut him out of that book. See, there's another eagle over here. And this is a natural arch in Utah. And I made it into kind of an Indian-ish style book, a page with Indian things on it, totem pole, and then another eagle and a real feather. I haven't done the alligator, and I think these are seahorses, sea cows. Here's this was a fisherman in the morning mist page, and I've turned it into some more fishing with some real fish in here. I've got a girl diving, and I've got a raft over here, and a river port. So there's a lot of pages I haven't done yet. And see, these birds were in flight in the V formation, and I had a picture of this eagle flying in and landing because it was stair-stepped, and then these were stair-stepped. I thought they went together. So I'm going to put them on the same page. This is a space. This is our buffalo in space. And it was a field of just one buffalo. Well, I found this buffalo, and I swear I came up with like 4 or 5 different buffaloes after I found this one. I kept finding buffaloes. And so I made it into an outer space, and this is a lot like Dee Dee's. This is what Dee Dee would do. She would make an outer space scene. And I had this clock that I fussy cut out, and I turned it into a spaceship. So I got these guys here. These guys were divers out of a diving book that I had, and I put silver tin caps on their heads, and they're doing sign language. And this one looks like he's thumbing, and this one looks like he's looking afar, and this one's pointing to his chest, and it means something underwater. But anyway, I just put some funny pictures in there. I like it. And this is the front of the book. This is what the front cover was this. And this is a picture in the book of the front cover. And I glued them side by side, and then I put an eagle in the middle of it. So this one's done. And I like it. I like it. This was a winter scene, a ho 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 winterland, and it was an icy cliff, and I fixed it up to make it look like this. So I painted out. Oh, she knows. She knows we did it, Mary. There were several of us girls doing it together, and we were famous. We got mentioned on her show and everything. And she says, now if you all want to see these girls doing this reverse collage, you go over there and join their channels. And she was giving us shout outs and everything. And she was happy that we were doing this. Yes. And of course, this isn't anything the way she does it, but this is me. All of this is me, and this is my handprint. And see, I got these hats. We see this is Joe. When we had so much fun doing this, Mary. You're going to have to go back and look this one up. This one was so funny. I ended up putting Joe's head on the Santa Claus. It's got a lot of action. I cut them out. I had these Christmas ornaments out of this sparkly stuff, and I made mittens so that he could have sparkly mittens. And I found Joe's face, and then look here, I found my face. That's me. So it's Beth and Joe, and this was a little girl. It was so funny. This was out of a magazine, and it had to do with the little girl growing fast and growing out of her clothes, and she was growing out of her pajamas. And she was so funny. I put her behind this Christmas tree, like she's looking for Santa Claus. And then when I put Joe's face on here, well, I had to put me over here. And I did this like the next week after I did this page. It was so funny. I had so much fun doing this. And then they were having, this was a Christmas card. And I think this was a Christmas card too. And since they were snowboarding and sleigh riding, they're having a race. You see, there's a story. There's a story behind all of it. And then we had this little Bambi, and this might have been a wallpaper. I use a lot of wallpaper. And so we gave him a red nose, and we had to put a hat on him too. You see, and then we got these old-fashioned sequins over here on this tree. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. I love it. Loving it. And this is a little bag, a Christmas bag, and so I put a tag in it and put a real live tag in it. So we have lots of fun. So the next one was this was the club. We called this one. I called this one the club. This was a Southwest Tex, and it was a church, is what it was. It was just an old vacant church, and I ended up putting these steps in over here, and I've got George Washington coming in over here. Here's George. Here's George coming in on the carousel horse, and then I got another guy coming in on the motorcycle over here. So, and then look here, these two guys here are the Oak Allen boys, and they found their gold. Look, they found their gold. So we thought that this was called the farm. We called this the farm, and it was like a nightclub. And then these girls are over here singing with the guy up here on top of with the guitar. This guy here is singing, and these girls are singing along with them. So you see, all of these have a story. And then this one is yet to be finished. And it's got a story. This one was one of the first ones we did. This was a favorite. This is called The Red Barn. And see, we had, I don't know how many people had this book. There was probably 15 or 20 of us that had the book. And we all did it together. That's what made it so fun. And I was doing it, and then there was Colleen and Kathy. They were doing it with me, and we were teaming up on the videos, doing them together at once. And then all the girls in my group were doing them, and then they would post their pictures on my Facebook page. And so, we've been having a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun with this. So this has a back door over here, and there's Charlie the Tunas in here. And yeah. And I tried to be like Dee Dee in here, and I tried to make a waterfall. And here we have Mr. Clean, and he's painting the side of the barn. And and I have an Easter egg tree over here with a cute dog. Really. Yeah. Yeah, we've had a lot of fun with these. Here's our, this was fall, and this was the sunflower field. And I made a scarecrow. I made a scarecrow. And he's scary. I blackened his teeth out. They told me to blacken. They told me to do it, Mary, and I did. I did whatever they told me to do. So, oh, we did. Oh, we had so much fun. That's why I wanted to do the flip show. I hadn't seen it for a while, and I thought, oh, we'll do if we had time tonight. We did, so it worked out real good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, okay, and then the next one is, this was the Haunted Mansion. This was a mansion, and we turned it into a haunted house. And this was a trick-or-treat night. So I've got trick-or-treaters coming in. I got a dog dressed up, and I got a dinosaur coming in, and I got the cats flying in on the corn. And this was a joke. They said, have the cat fly the corn like a broom. So I did. They didn't think I could do it. I said, oh yeah, I can do it. Well, he doesn't look like he's got much of a brain. He looks pretty dizzy. He's got a lot of hay, a lot of straw up there, a lot of straw. But his name's Sam, because that was Samuel Jackson's face. Sorry. No drama llama. There you go. There you go. No drama llamas. So anyway, we had a lot of fun. Yeah. And everybody was doing their own thing. None of them were alike, and they were all different and all unique. Now, this is called Chimney Rock, Nebraska, and it has to do with this rock that has washed away, and it looks like a chimney. And this was a main artifact, a main site out west when people were going out towards the Oregon Trail and moving west. This was one of the main things to look for them to stay on the trail, when they went west. And this is a true story. And this is in Nebraska. And we turned it into a field. He's the best right there. Here's my other buffalo. So So it just worked out real cute. It just worked out. It was fun putting it together and finding the pictures. And we would go through magazines and hunt and laugh and talk and laugh and talk. Haven't done this yet. And this is a page that we did, and there's no rhyme or reason to this one. This one was dedicated to another girl that we watch her videos called the Music Scrapper, and we dedicated a page to Jean. We all did a page to Jean, and we all had a list of things that she liked and things that meant something to her. So we did a on the road with Jean, and this was the cliffs in front of a river or some kind of a bay, and it's just got a lot of water scene, and it's got a boat, and it's got a whale's tail, and this was inspired by Dee Dee, and it has to do with the tail of the whale, and I tried to make the water come off of it, but I'm a crafter. I'm not an artist. But it was fun doing it, and it was fine. It was fine for me. And this was another beach scene, and it had a lighthouse up on the hill. And so I had it coming down, and I found this family in a brochure that I have a lot of beach brochures down here. So another water scene, and I've got another water here, and I've got some whales and some pictures ready to do this page when I get ready. This was another beach scene, and in this beach scene, it was just the beach, and it was Christmas time, so we sort of did Christmas on the beach, and I got a Christmas tree, and I got a little kid, and some flowers, and a cat, and a butterfly, and an extra house, and I got a girl surfing, and a tip-in with the mermaid. So, and here was another Halloween page, and this was sailboats in the sunset. So I turned it into 3 ships of Halloween, and they're haunted ships. So I've got galls on the sails, and I got a lot of skulls and skeletons and pumpkins, and I got a couple of brooms up here with people on the brooms. So this was a Hawaiian page, and it had to do with the canoe of the people paddling in the canoe, and it was a lot of orange and yellow. So I did it as a flip, and so it was orange and yellow in the real book with this with the sunset. Of course, I put an eagle in it, and then I did the opposite on this page, and I found some more rowers. This is what they do up north when they row in the rivers, and I had those in there, and I liked her because she matched the page. And then I found the 3 girls here riding the bicycle for 3, and I found another Floridian scene to put in there. So that was my Hawaiian page. And this is a fishing pier. So there's a lot of action off of the fishing pier. And I've got things in the water. I got a big snail. I put banners on the pier to make it look festive. And I got a pink flamingo in here. And I got people fishing off of the pier. And I found some other fishing people. So, yeah, we had a lot of fun. And this was fun. This was Christmas. And this was a road. This road. And that was when I went to, we went out one night. We went to Steak and Fries, Steak and Shake place to eat. And this is one of the kids' boxes that goes in the kid meals. It was a car. So it got put on the page, and we put a snowman and some other, and these were from the menus off of the restaurant. So it got put into the group. It was a winter scene, and I put a house on the hill with Santa Claus and the moon, and glued it all down and put all the snowflakes in and stuff. Yeah. And then here is another original scenic route, and this is the road to the moon. And this one has a story too. I tried to incorporate Dee Dee's watches. And actually, I think Dee Dee sent me some Happy Mail, and this might have been some of it from her. But I put in a couple of signs, and this is a road, and I turned it into a tour bus. And I had three of these Jeeps. So I ended up making a roller coaster. So they go out on these tour rides every half hour, and they go out and they run the roller coaster, and then they drive across to the moon, and they come back in to the lobby. So so we had a lot of fun on this Route 99. Yeah. So we just had a lot of fun with that. Just had to be there. And this was a Christmas scene and a forest scene. And I turned it into fall and winter. And so I did a lot of fall leaves, and it was a Halloween fall time of the year. And it's got the skeleton with the skeleton dog. And I don't know where he came from a gift. I came from a gift book. He's a blow up reindeer toy. And I cut him out and put him in there. And then I did the Christmas little winter scene over here, and I turned it into a train track and just goofing off. And then this one was a Charleston, South Carolina. I'm done with this page too. And so it was kind of a parade going on down the street. And oh, that's why I put that over there, because of the sign. And so we got some people up in the balcony, and the old time place is in Charleston, South Carolina. We had those streets, that are famous, and this is a famous church. And I had kind of like a parade, and people going down the street. And I've got Paisley over here on a skateboard, and he's mix matched from 2 or 3 different images put together on the skateboard. So yeah, this was fun to do. That was very fun. And what else have I got back here? Then we got the balloons. We did the hot air balloons. And we've got another parade going on down here with the band. Anything in the hot air balloon. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. So I still have, quite a few pages left to do in this book. And this was the cherry blossoms in Washington, D.C. These are the real cherry blossoms down the sidewalk. So I've got the circus coming in on the sidewalk. And then I've got another building, an old church over here with the geisha girl. And I got somebody over here in the pond kayaking. And some little drama going on down the sidewalk, some ballets and ice skaters. And I think the last one is the Future City. And this is called the Future City, and it was a night scene of a city lights. And I didn't paint it. It was just a sunset of the sky. And I put houses and UFOs and things like that. And there's a door here that opens up. A lot of doors. So, and the skeleton and the dog over here are telling jokes. So they're both laughing and having a good time. And that's it. That's the book. So we did a flip through the book. And I do have goals of painting the front of this in a red, white, and blue uh, theme because it's called the America book. So there, I did a flip through, and a page. How about that? So it's 10:30, and I'm all talked out. Is there anything else that I need to do that I haven't done? We did our mouse. I talked really, really fast. But I had to break my spine. I cut my spine off and glued it back on with fabric to make a bigger book because the book was getting too fat. So I had to fix it. You're welcome. You're welcome. Everything's collapsing on me. Yep. So and I do have quite a few books that you all haven't seen yet. So one of these days we ought to just do a flip through on some of the. If I do one every so often, you'll get my book, see my books. Um, Probably Terry. We should. If anybody wants to get this book back out, they should tell me. I'm going to finish felting this month. Next Thursday night. I'm going to try to do felt a rabbit for you. They wanted to see me do a rabbit on a wet felting, so I'm going to do that. And then in February, I want to do a pottery session for the month of February. And if we have any time uh, uh, somewhere in between there to do this, we most definitely can. If I have forgotten who all has the books, so if enough of you want to do another page, uh, we'll definitely try to pick one out together because I've got more pages in here to do, and I just did one tonight. It was just one that I had some pictures already picked out, and I just glued them down. It was this page, and this was a white page, and it had a Mount McKinley mountain on the other side. Okay, now for Christmas, I got some new books for Christmas, and these were these were a gift, but they weren't from Joe. I got a new Abandoned Places. So we have a choice to do a page in here or do a new page in here. Um, Norma sent me this book. She had two, and she thought that I would enjoy having another abandoned book. The book that we were working at, that I just showed you, was America, and they were famous pictures of America. This is all over the world, and it's at Abandoned Places, and it's got a lot of things in it where I will probably do a lot of painting in. And I will probably do a lot of painting out, but this will be fun to do with the Ferris wheel and so forth. Do you have this book, Suzanne? Good. Well, we can do it together. Great. Great. Okay. Okay. Well, we can definitely do this. It is definitely on my desk. They were laying right here to where I could get to them really, really fast. Okay. Definitely. We'll definitely do some of these. And it may be, maybe it'll be like once a week. We'll do something in here once a week or every other week or whatever y'all want to do. It depends on just uh how much you want to do. If I can get it's going to be a big ordeal to get me out into the garage, and I'm hoping that I've already got Joe on the subject, so he's already on looking for wiring and everything that we need to do to piggyback out to the garage because I want to stream live. So anyway, and then I've got these other 3 or 4 books here to look at too. And this one is called Mixed Media Art. And this is me. This is Beth all over, all over. It says Beth, 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 Beth. This is my book. This I love, 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 love this book. It's all about mixed media and how to get inspired and how to mind map. And hi, Joe. Did you eat some dinner? No. You hungry? No. I'll get me a. Oh, actually, I had me one of my pepperoni bowls. Okay. I did, and this has got a lot of techniques and um thinking outside of the box and with your mixed media. And I would like to go over this a couple of times with you guys just to show you, and maybe we can do some mind mapping and look at it together. This is just adventures, and I think it might inspire us as we do some of these as we work in our abandoned books. So this book might help us with um, instead of just gluing pictures down like I've been doing. I might get inspired and do some painting techniques and things like that. And so this will come in handy. And then this is an acrylic painting book. And I did another acrylic painting book last summer and fall, and I absolutely loved it. I loved painting in the acrylic book. And we did a lot of farm animals. And this is the same thing. You don't have to have this book, but what we'll do is if you want to, I can tell you what we're going to do in advance, and you can sketch it out in your book a little bit, and we can paint it together one night. And I love doing this. And I have another book over here that I can show you of all of my farm animals. And it has the llama and the giraffe and the cow and the chicken and the pig in it. It's got a lot of animals. And we did it together online as a group. And this was a lot of fun. So this is a new book that has more pictures, and it gives you a step by step how to paint them if you need direction. I can usually look at a picture and I can copy it, but you might find a new technique doing it this way by preparing the surface, paint an overall stencil, filling in the shapes, laying in the background. Gives us some good painting techniques. And so I would like to paint some pictures out of it. And it's done by many people. I think it's got more. Oh no, this has about 12 different girls in it with their techniques. This has got a lot of different people in it. This painting is, I was trying to think, I think in the back shows you all of the paintings on one page. Maybe it's in the front. Yeah, here they are in the front. So in this book, we get to paint all of these pictures in our books, in our painting books. And I'm looking forward to this. I like this. I like acrylics. So I'm hoping to get to do some of these. And so this will be fun. This will be fun. And then I have another couple of books. One is on drawing and sketching. This is pencil drawing techniques. And I haven't really looked at it a whole lot yet. I'm not really a sketchy artist person, but it does have some few good ideas in here that might help us out if we're drawing something out. And we might be able to refer to this book and do a horse instead of a cow. We might be able to do some pictures out of this too. And this will show us how to draw the horse or the leopard or a pear. So this is a good little book too, and it's got a lot of different things in it to draw. uh in There's a dog and a barn, a wall, a bike, flowers. So there's lots of different things in here that we could use as a tool. So that's good. And then the last book that I have here has a color wheel in it. I've already got it. I've already got a thumbnail in it. This particular girl is online. Her name's Bailey, and uh, she's got a YouTube channel, and I think you can get online and see a bunch of her things. And she likes to do coloring, like coloring pages type stuff. And you can see how she draws and how she does different techniques. Uh, this is like a stippling technique to make it look like leather or suede, and feather blending, how she gets the dark and then the light in the middle, and how she does those techniques, which are pretty cool. These are pretty cool things to learn. And how she color blends to make it all blend together. It's just not one color. She's got a layer of a shadow, and then the lighter color. So shading is good, and she really teaches a lot of things, and she's got the color wheel in here to help. So this book is another tool that will help us with our techniques. But I'm really excited about the acrylic painting during the mixed media and the abandoned books. It's my favorite so far. So probably what we will start out with, we will probably do them in this order. Uh, these two books with some of this mixed in with it after we do the pottery. A Coptic artist. Okay. Markers. Okay. Well, I would have to probably do her. If I did any work, I just like how she the technique, of it. Um, I just like the techniques of it. So I don't know if I can do it with acrylics or not. I'm not sure. I'll have to look into that because I don't really have a whole lot of markers, and I don't have any Coptic markers yet. Yet. But again, I'm into these over here real heavily. So I think that these two books are going to go good together, and I think these books and the mixed media and the abandoned books are going to go good together. Yes, no, yeah, I know what you mean, Painty Girl, and I agree. She blends with those alcohol markers, and I've seen them, and I've watched girls do them, and I do have a lot of acrylics. I like just regular craft paint. I did buy me my very first watercolor set, and I do like watercoloring. But I like my craft paints too. Yes, yes, Suzanne, you're right. You're right. And Tuesday Morning has those Coptic artist markers at Tuesday mornings. I've seen them, and they're like $10 a set. You could probably get all 3 or 4 sets, pretty cheap. But I just like to do so many other things. I can only do so much at a time. I want to do this and I want to do that, so I have to pick and choose my battles. And this is what I choose. This is what I choose. So good. So we're all kind of on the we're heading in the right directions here. I know, mine too. And I don't know what I like the best. I don't know what I like the best. I like to glue, I like to paint, and let me show you some of my acrylic. I got a few more minutes. I'm going to show you a couple of my acrylic paintings. And I just bought me a new book, a new big book like this over here that's brand new for this year. I do too. I don't know what I bounce. I bounce. I bounce. But this is my big book, and it's just the extra large XL books, art books that you get at Walmart. All the stores have them. But we did uh, acrylic painting out of this book. And we just about did every picture in here. I'd say we did 90% of the book. And I don't know if they're all on one page. We did the fox, we did the dolphin, we did the dog. We did then some. And those weren't even in the book. Those were just pictures in the front. We did a rooster, we did the raccoon, we did the elephant, we did the chicken, we did the cat, and I don't think we did him yet. But we did the cow, I did the raccoon. I did a lot of them. I don't think I have them on all on one page, but loved doing this stuff. This was so cute, and of course, I had to add mixed media to it. I added lace to the top of my elephant because uh, they're they use them in wedding ceremonies, and they ride the elephants in wedding ceremonies. And I dressed her up like she's going to the wedding. And we tried to do the color scheme in the book on some of them, and then some of them I went rogue and did my own thing. And like this was my giraffe, and I had to add some jewelry to her. And then whenever I saw another giraffe, I cut them out and put them on this other page over here, so she wouldn't be alone. I liked collecting. Yes, this book was a step by step book, just like this other book that I have, and they showed you the picture, the sketch of the picture, and the color palette of the picture, and then there was 3 or 4 pictures and little tiny steps to follow. It was easy to do, easy steps to do. So you see, there's 5, step 5, 6, 7, 8, and you're done. Yes, yes, they are, Mary. And so we kind of did that, and we kind of not did that. I just usually looked at it and did it. There was a couple of them I followed by steps, and one of them I'll show you. One of the first ones we did was the cow, and we in with the cow, for example, the technique. And see, I got another cow over here on this side. I put more cows in. And I got a bell on her, and I put a tag on her, and we put flowers in their hair. We had to decorate our animals. We just had fun, we just had fun with our art. But with the cow, she starts out with the opposites. Okay, here's her cow, and here's my cow. And they look very similar. The red cow with the green background. Okay. But in the book, and there's our color palettes that we used, was basically these 5 colors right here, the color palette. But she starts out with a red background and a green cow for the very first, after the sketch. Number 2 was to paint it the opposite. And it gave it the hues in the background. It gave it the hues in the background so that when you did the second layer and put the green on top, you saw a little bit of red in the background. And then when you put the red back on top of the green, it showed a little bit of green. So you see how it reversed. It was called a complementary cow. And I did this. I did the red background first, and then I did the green cow first, and then I reversed it and did the green background and the red cow. And I did it reverse. I got some green in the background that you can see a little bit of. And of course, my cow's eating grass. Her cow wasn't eating anything. And then I had to put googly eyes on my cow. So we put a little love, and then we named our cows. And Miss Lily, and this was a StreamYard hangout, and it was done with Colleen and Kathy. And we did this in July. And it was so much fun. It was so much fun. So there's the cow. This was an art page. Here's my llama. And I have a no problem llama. I went online and printed out these little word things, and I put them all the way around my llama. And then I gave my llama a tassel in her hair. And she's very colorful, but she looks very much like the llama. And I gave her teeth. I made her teeth. And the llama in the book, let's see. I'm thinking she kind of matched the llama in the book. You see, the llama in the book was colorful too. I used a hotter pink, a darker pink, but I did do the yellow, and I did some of the markings on the face. I tried to do a little bit, and see, she's got some teeth, and I got teeth, but I drew mine in with a pencil. So, but I thought I did good, and I thought I did. Oh! I'm sorry. My llama has real eyelashes. These are those eyelashes you get from the dollar store, and I put artificial eyelashes on her. So she's got real eyelashes. So as you can see, we had a lot of fun with these, and we put our own. She's got real eyelashes on. And here's my chicken, and you see, my chicken, he was outside of. You talk about outside the box. Well, he was outside of the chicken house. He was on the other side of the fence. And he had he's got tail feathers. See, I had to put real feathers on mine. And then I dedicated mine to one of the girls in the group. So my chicken is a totally off the wall. We went rogue on my chicken. But, and then I've got real bird seed. I've got real bird seed on my page. So we just, and then, we like doing mixed media. That's called mixed media. So, and then this was another prompt page that I did, another art page. This was an art page that I did. This was probably my least favorite. This was the goat, and this wasn't in the book. And the goat is done with different kinds of paper. This is mulberry paper. This is wallpaper. These were eyes out of a magazine off of a person, and they're upside down. And then this is wallpaper, and then this was something else. So I added some leaves, this was my goat, And then the pig, I think, yeah, the pig wasn't even in the book either. This was extra. And and see, I found a pig. And so we decided to give nail polish, and we did nail polish and jewelry and a little bow. And I love what I did up there. I just love it. I love it, and pigtail. Yeah, this is pigtail. So, and on the fence. So we just had a lot of fun with it. And this was a duck that we did. And I don't think this was in the book either. And I did it twice. This is done with ink tints, pencils. And I really liked the under the water, and I liked the layering effect. And then we did it again online. I did this by myself, and then I did it again online. And I really like how I did her beak, and how I sketched in her beak. I was getting into it, and then I had to put a little feather on her head, and little feathers in her wing. And then we all got the idea of putting a mermaid on our duck. So we did. So you see, and then I added more fibers. I got lace and ribbon and beads in the bottom of my pond here. And then we did the fox. Well, you haven't met my dog yet, Abby. And Abby, this is Abby. Abby looks like a fox. So I tried to do the fox, but I did Abby instead. And I think I did I do the fox too? Did I do both? Did the raccoon? I don't think I ever did the fox. But anyway, instead of doing this, I did and I showed you the giraffe, showed you that one. I love this one. I love the cat. And I think I did this again too. This was just an art page. Here is the dolphin, and we painted along, and this was fun. This was easier than what I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be a disaster, but it turned out okay. And we did a zebra, and this was extra out of the book. And I had some eyelashes as a stamp, and I stamped them out on tissue paper, or white tissue paper, cut them out, and then I pasted them on and made the eyelashes that way. But the rest of it's all black and white, and it was all done by hand. And then we did the dog. And this looks like Bandit off of a cartoon. And there's some other pug dogs. And I like this. I love it. And then I've added a charm. If you've never seen my cat tags, I did a cat tag book earlier last year. And all of the cat tags have charms and necklaces and jewelry on them. This was going to be the one for the fox. I never did do it. the golden fox. Then we did a pink flamingo. We did a raccoon. I love my raccoon. And I got another raccoon over here, keeping him company. So, and then we got some more sketches back here that we haven't done yet. So, anyway, that's all. That was my demo of all of my acrylics. So I did a flip through for that. So that was a lot of fun. And these are all just prompt pages and art pages that we've done with each other online. I used to do bingo night, and every Saturday night we did an art page, and these are some of the pages that we've done in my art books. Hi Lisa. Hi Joyce. That painting book is on sale in Amazon. $8.99. Colorway Megan Wells. Yeah, this one was a good book, but we've already done just about everything in it. I've got about 4 more pages in the back that I haven't done. But I'm going to probably go ahead and move on. No, I could always come back to that book, but I want to move on to this book next. If I do any painting, I want to do some of these paintings. That's my goal. After the pottery. After the pottery. So, all right, okay. And I can always repeat something too, and nobody would complain. If you want to do something, Mary, nobody would complain if you want to do it, and I agree to do it with you. Nobody would complain. Yep. Same thing with you, Suzanne. If there's anything you want to do, just let me know. I'll do it because there's any reason why not. Now, Thursday, I'm going to try to wet felt a rabbit. Lisa, I'm going to wet felt a rabbit Thursday. That's been my request. And I think I can get it started and do a basic background and the background for the rabbit, and then do needle felting on the top of it after it dries. Yeah, painting girl is Lori. All right. So and then we're going to do some of those homemade flowers that I made, wet felting with Lisa on the 23rd, and do some wet felting on the 23rd. Lisa wants to do a book binding cover, something big enough for a book. And you just have to remember you got to add about 4 inches of felt to your size because it will shrink. And I can show you how to go back and add more if it shrinks too much. So you can't go wrong. But it's better to go big, and then you can always cut it or felt it in or fold it under and felt it back down to match. So we did good tonight. We finished our little Valentine mouse. He looks good. She says, "Will you be mine? Will you be mine? Will you be mine?" Yes. Well, Mary, that's good. Yeah, I think I paid probably about $8 or $9 for mine. And uh, you can go to used books. If you Google used books, you might be able to find it used. An art book like this, where it doesn't require any writing in it, you might find a used book in decent shape if you don't care if it's used. I think I bought mine new, but I don't remember where I got it at. And I probably paid about $10 for it. I might even got it at Walmart.com. I use Walmart.com a lot. And Walmart.com has comparable prices to Amazon sometimes. And if you have a $50 or more order with Walmart.com, you get free shipping most of the time. Okay. Yep. Yes, I have bought several of my books used. Um, my America book I got at the secondhand store, and I've had it a long time. And I brought it out to show everybody one day. Somebody says, "Well, let's start doing that." And bingo, there we go. There we did, and we did. And boy, did we go. Lisa, I just did a flip through of my America reverse collage book. So you'll have to rewind. No, 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 no. Oh, yeah. Total 35s for free shipping. Yes. Walmart's come down from 50 to 35. I think you're right, Suzanne. So that's it for the night. We talked about a lot, and I got them interested. I got them a teaser of pottery, Lisa. I I talked about pottery a little bit earlier tonight, and told them we were going to do pottery, and they go no, and I go oh yeah, we're going to do it. Joe's already looking at the wiring. I got to order me a long wire to go from my computer to the garage. And he seems to think I can take this camera, and just take it out there and do it, and hook it up out there on a long wire, and it'll be just like live. I'll come in here on my big drive and start the live stream, and then I'll run into the garage and talk to y'all out there, because I think my camera has the mic, and I think it could be done. I'll be sitting out there instead of sitting in here, and I'll have my iPad. Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes, that's how I kind of got into it too, Lisa. Joe bought me a wheel, and so I went to the college, or it was affiliated with the college. It was the museum, local museum, and it was a community museum, and they had the pottery classes, adult pottery classes out there, and they did a lot of the school's pottery, and they ordered their clay by the truckloads. So I was able to buy my clay real cheap by bulk from them, you know, and it was really cheap. I don't know where I'm going to find clay down here that cheap, but fortunately I brought 100 pounds of it down here with me, so I still have my clay, and clay doesn't go bad. I opened up each one of the bags, and I did a little swabby of alcohol of bleach around each bag, and then I closed it back up so that there would be no molding. Because clay can mold, but it doesn't hurt the clay if it gets mold. It just looks icky. but it burns out, supposedly burns out in the fire if it molds. And I have had clay mold on me before, but I'll talk about that later. Yeah, Suzanne, I do too. If I bought some used books and they've worked out good. So, but anyway, we will be doing pottery next month, and I'm working on Joe and I are working on getting the getting the garage cleaned out. Now I can get to my wheel now. I can walk out there. So I told him I was going to run the sweeper, and it's the dusty out there. I want to get some of the dust in and get a shop vac out there and shake the cobwebs out. And then I've got a work bench out there that I use, and I'm gonna get it all cleaned up. It's dirty, piled up. So I'm getting there. I know it. I can't either. I can't either. I'm gonna make one of these guys. I can do bowls. I can make bowls. So, but I between now and February, I'm going to start trying to talk to y'all about different kinds of clay. There's different kind of clays, and there's uh, different ways to fire things. And you have a low temp and I can do slab work. I don't have a slab roller, but when I get my clay comes in 25-pound logs, and I slice it off with a wire, and I slice off about 2 inches at a time, and then I use a rolling pin, and that's how I make my ornaments with the cookie cutters, my sand dollars and my little ornaments that I make with the cookie cutters. That's what I use my cookie cutters for. And then I do a lot of hand building with I do my own beads and make things, on the table with your clay. I've done hand building. And I want to do a birdhouse, and I want to do some bowls and maybe some cups and show you all how I do them. And I've done bigger bowls. I've done the big bowls. I want to make some more. I want to make some big vases. Is what I want to make for myself. Everything I've made, just about, I've given it all away, and so I'm ready to start making some stuff for me and for my house. And I'd like to have a few pieces around. And here's a question. I've never made a video for YouTube. Do you girls think anyone would be interested in short farm gardening nature videos? Yeah, Mary, why not? We would. We would all watch you. You know what? You could try it. Okay. A giant leaf to emboss from slab into a bowl. It was so fun. Now I have made little in design. I've got a case out there of their bisque and their little hand presses of different designs. I've done that. I've made those, and I've done. I like to use uh, these design things that you lay down on your slab, and you use a rolling pin, and then you pull it up, and your designs on the slab already. I like doing that. So there's just so much that you could do with pottery. There's nowhere. I just can't. I don't even know where to begin. I'm just gonna have to get out there and just sit down there and do it. But I got a tripod out there ready for my camera, and all I have to do is get Joe to hook me up my wire, and I should be ready to go. And and Mary, if you want to do a video on gardening, I think you should. There's lots of people who would enjoy it. And um, you might be able to get me inspired to do some gardening. I need to do some gardening. I need to plant some flowers. You might just get us in the mood. Everybody's already subscribing to you, Mary, so you're going to have to do it now. Yeah, I know it. And it doesn't have to be um, regular. You don't have to do one every week or every month. You could do one every whenever you want to do it, when you're ready to do it. And of course, all you see here with me is my hands. I try to keep everything on my desk. But now, when I go out here in the garage, you're going to see me. I'm not happy about that, but I can't. I don't care. It'll just have to be what it is. And but that's all I know for now. Okay, Lisa, I'm getting ready to go too. It's after 11, so I'm gonna go. Well, now, Mary, you can just walk around with the camera and show everything and talk, and we could see your hands as you show, as you show the flower and as you show everything. You can just show your hands and hold the camera and talk. Good night, Joyce. I'm leaving too. We're goofing off now. We're goofing off. So anyway, we did good. I'm glad we did our little mouse, and I'm glad we did our flip throughs, and I'm glad we played a game. I'll get my game back over here. We did a stencil, so it was a success. So I will see you guys Thursday. Thank you, everybody, for coming in and hanging out with me. I appreciate you very much. And I'll see y'all Thursday, if not before in the chat room somewhere. So good night, everybody. Good night.